Okay. Hello. I forgot to reboot to get rid of my extra Visual Studio. All right. Why am I not seeing the ocean? Suddenly, well, that's going to make it annoying. Okay, anyway. Well, hey, look, I can edit the ocean already. Except it's weird. Can't edit that ocean. And we're not quite right on the very weird. Very weird. Starting to lose hope for humanity. There's a lot of people out there who don't have good ideas of what to do with their life. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Okay, so my objective right now is to do ocean editing. You know, let's start with something easy. We sort of said this doesn't make any sense. So we're going to get rid of those top buttons and we're going to do the bottom buttons only. So these are gonzo. Let's see if that does the right thing. Hey, look. Now it's just a giant, too big window. But we have the right buttons. Old buttons is now deprecated. Dunzo. All right. We'll leave some extra room. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. What am I looking for in operations? One mode where you set the direction. And another that follows. I mean, there's like this, I'm editing the ocean flow mode here, if that's what you mean, right? And that responds to mouse clicks, although it's a little bit off in terms of targeting the center, so I have to figure that out. Oh, because the plane, we're aiming for the wrong plane when we raycast. Okay, that's fixable pretty easily. See, I'm trying to aim for the middle of this circle to get the X, but it's like up here. So that's easy. And then we'll just make this window smaller. Okay. So plane. Ray intersects plane at. Ocean. What? Manipulate ocean. Manipulate ocean. Render. No. Manipulate. Update ocean current index. Let's get rid of some more of these. You know what? Let's get rid of these MOs. We don't like these C-style prefixes anymore. And then we don't have to using it, which is great. We'll do this. I'm sure some other people, yeah. Over here. Let's just auto do this. All right. Boom. Okay, so we're going back here. And what are we doing? We are what do you think about studying physics instead of CS? I mean, like physics is subject to a lot of the same problems. Actually worse, because like serious discovery of new physics doesn't really happen outside of giant teams. So it's way more bureaucratized. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, like, I would say if you do not know that, like if you do not have the burning desire to study physics, if you're casually thinking, oh, maybe I should do physics, like I thought I really enjoyed physics. I enjoyed the idea of me doing physics, but in college instead I switched to computer science and it was better. Of course, that was a long time ago. Just saying. Okay, we use semicolons every day. So update ocean current index. The point is not ocean manip z anymore. In fact, we should get rid of that constant. It should be get sync map position z minus sync. All right. So who else uses ocean manip z? There we go. I should have checked the file. Ocean manip z. Right? Like, what are we? Oh, this is for the settings, though. This is not. Just draw that at 0. We're going to take that out of there so that we don't do it once per ocean. Because, like, that's not great. Okay. All right. The Problem with Physics by Lee Smolin. I like Smolin. He's a good author. Okay. Hey, I'm correctly hitting the little center. That's great. That's great. That's great. What I really should change the color. Like, if there's a flow direction, let's make it a little better. If there's a flow direction, we'll make it a brighter color for everyone to see. Because we use semicolons every day. Okay, if we're rendering, then if ocean is present, oh, wait, where do we draw the flow? Okay, if info.flow, else okay. So I-color flow is going to be more like a cyanish color. I'm just making up colors. That always goes well. Could you help with some development tips of any sort? Well, what What problems are you having? Hey, look, it's a different color. We could, in fact, make that even brighter, I think. I'm tempted to be goofy and stupid today. Like, I kind of want to go high production value with this, but I think it's better to put effort into the actual water for now. Okay, let's make that a little bit brighter. We still get our red X. The thing is, let's make it actually a little more green, because if we make it super white, then it conflicts with this little arrow. So we'll keep it about the same brightness and go green-ish. Okay. 6, 5, 8, 5, I don't know. That's going to be brighter, but so let's take down the 8, 9, 3. Just making up numbers. Although it's amazing how I just get better at that the more that I do it. Like, it's stupid no matter what, but like, hey, that's not, I mean, that is a little ugly, but now it's more ugly because of this color than this color. It's a little too white still, but that's what all the Antifa people said. No, actually, they don't say that because they're all white. Except for one that I know, who is Asian. He's a very whiteified Asian person. Okay, so like, this is already much more clear. Like, wouldn't you enjoy editing oceans on this a lot more than what it was? Look at that. Just setting a color, man. Setting a color is great. Initially, with the commercial release of this actual game, the first release is probably just hand-authored puzzles by us because, man, it's just hard to it's just hard, okay, to do everything. But I could see doing a release after that that's focused on user puzzles. It's just, you kind of, like a good version of that, you kind of want to be a different game in some sense. You know what I mean? Like, you want it to be really, like Little Big Planet almost. Like Little Big Planet wasn't just a platformer where you could build levels. It was like kind of designed around your ability to build levels. So okay, what about, I asked what the problems were developing games, and then I missed the answer. From Yumi Naka. And no answer ever came, so I guess that person did not really want advice. What camera is that? This is a Sony Alpha 7 III. Okay. So we still have issues. We have the issue that you can't see this for some reason. That's a problem. We have the issue that you cannot edit this separately. That's a problem. And because we are working on editing right now, we're going to do this one. Like if I try to edit this, I'm still editing the bottom one. And then I don't even seem to go into the mode here. So that's probably just the fact that we have all this historical weird code that was written for something else. So we are going to investigate. We're going to investigations. Whoops, did I save all that? I did. Why did I save all this garbage that I did? I was just so happy about it. Unfortunately, I can't clear in squares right now. It's just in lines. Save it. Save. What about a clear all? Yeah, it just doesn't seem that important. Most levels don't have anywhere near that much river. The $2,000 camera. I don't remember how much it cost, but it was at least $1,000. But you know, that's what we get for streaming for multiple years and subs. You got to buy the subs something that shows that their Twitch Prime really got you something. And so what that is good image quality. We have good image quality now for all the subs. Okay. Let's go to manips. Not manips as in my nips. If you name your conference that, you will get banned. But manips. You know what? We're going to edit this. Screw this. We just hold on. We're, you know, like we're just C++ing it. Whoops. All right, so we get rid of the using. Okay, well that doesn't work with the tilde, but it's commented out anyway. We could, you know, for the not, since we know that this happens on enums, we could just put a not flag on it. Like that is a little bit hacky, but wait, really? Oh, was it snap scale? Hold on. Yes. I got overzealous. Like we could literally just put a not operator on it. Okay, General 3D. And you know what? Key code. Should have done this feature a long time ago, but it's all good. All right. Bam. All right, so now we're going to do what we were going to do, which is investigate why the thing is not thinking. Why is the thing not thinking? How does it achieve such fast build times? By not being slow like everybody else. Like, you have to realize this. You're in a world where all these people tell you they know how to write software that's fast, and none of them do, or very few of them do. And they're all in an echo chamber, so they all think they're doing fine, when in fact they're doing things that are terrible. Like, that is the reality. So all you have to do is not do things that are terrible, and your compiler will be way faster than everybody else's. Like, I'm literally not doing any magic. I'm not even, so we don't even build in parallel mostly. We're single threaded mostly, and we still smoke everybody on 16 CPUs. Like, you have to realize that that is how bad programming has gotten. The people telling you how to program and the people writing the software that everybody thinks is good are doing a bad job. That's just reality. That's just what's happening everywhere. Hopefully we realize that before it gets heinous. Okay, so we sort of, whoops, we sort of had it. So that's weird. All right, like we sort of had it, and then oh, we're just casting against the wrong ocean down here. See? See? All right. All right, so we need to fix that. Get, what was it called? It was in my nips. It's in my nips, not my nips. But update ocean current index. Okay. So we hit the plane. We position to index P. Okay. Oh my God, there's the whole thing about like, what if it's rotated and stuff? We're not going to worry about rotated yet. Okay. I mean, we'll do part of it, but Hey, look. Except, so we kind of don't draw the run. Like you see, it's showing up down in there in the very lower left. When I like draw the line, that's weird. It draws the first one, but not the subsequent ones. All right. Is that like auto-saving in some way? That would be weird. No. All right. So when we draw the run, and I guess it's only the draw because we do everything else fine. That's weird. Get ocean run, x, y, dx, dy. So draw manipulation help. Get UVs from direction. Immediate quad. So this is relative to the actual ocean, and this is not. Okay. Let's go W0 is object to world space map P0. Do that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. W0 colon equals bro. Wrong button. It's not about academics. Like, the people who make LLVM all work for like Google and Facebook and stuff. So it's not that, yeah, we're doing something with the Z coordinate that's funky. It's not about academic versus industry at all. Most people in industry are doing a bad job as well. Like, I do bag on academia, like in this morning, afternoon stream, but that's not the problem here. Oh, the ideas of the language, not the implementation, I see. Yeah, well, that's probably true. Imagine if people who want to design hardware only ever went to forums and asked things like how to convert 5 volts to 3.3 volts. Oh my God. That would be, I mean, we'll probably get there, right? So I don't know. Why wouldn't we get there? Okay, so the Z coordinate is, all right. We're going to have the sync around. Okay. Okay. Great. Great. Okay, so bing, 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 Bing. All right. Schlump. So, okay, so this is pretty good. Let's verify that we're not corrupting other stuff. So if we go like there, and then I select this, and we go like there, shouldn't affect the other one, yeah. Okay, so now the real problem is just that we can't see this in the editor. And that's probably related to how before it wasn't rendering. Oh, here's what the problem is. Remember during the last stream when I made that per frame Z sorted ocean? I bet we don't do that in the editor. I bet we don't do it in the editor. And you know what? We should compute it on demand. We shouldn't use the same array. Because if you use the same array and you compute it at the start of the sim loop, then if someone's dragging another ocean up or down really fast in the editor, it'll be like one frame behind in terms of when you render it, because you know, it'll have been decided what its Z ordering is at the start of the frame instead of rendered time. So let's fix that. Per frame Z. So we got to go redo what we did. Per frame Z. All right. Okay. We have a per frame Z sorted oceans that is computed for gameplay reasons, but we shouldn't use it here because it would be a frame late with regard to dragging in the editor and so forth, and this just isn't very slow to do. Okay, so I deleted all this because it was in a no check-in temp. Wait, we return here. That's not good. All right. We'll do this. Else if ocean.entity flags and .invisible continue. This is a continue. This is one of my most common errors, is pasting things from like a function to a loop or whatever, and continue versus return not being right. Okay, if we're in an editing mode, otherwise don't draw it if it's invisible for some reason. We add it to oceans. We sort oceans by positive position. We do this. We do that. And then we do these other things. Okay. Couldn't decide what I wanted it to be called. Array add. Bam. All right. Isn't this wrong if the camera's below z equals 0? No, because it's sorting just by ascending order. So the one, whatever it is with the most negative number will be first. It's wrong if the camera is upside down. We could like sort by camera up vector instead. But we don't really roll the camera. Let's make a note. By dot with camera roll. Okay. So, hey, look, we can see the oceans in the editor. Great. So I assumed that I could move this and open the ocean panel and like edit it. Okay, well, you know what? It's time to do fun things. First, we check in, though. Any questions about what we've been doing? Any questions about why we use semicolons every day? Edit ocean. Bam. We should be a little bit more robust about where we store things in the... How was pizza? Oh, pizza was pretty good. Pizza was pretty good. Your Uber Eats guy got robbed by protesters. Did they take his cheesecake that he was bringing you from the Cheesecake Factory? Is that what happened? Do you guys really want to know why we use semicolons every day? Do we support variable shadowing? Yes. If so, why? Because I'm not really sure I see a big reason not to. And why change something if it only might cause problems? Did I end up actually uninstalling Uber Eats? I was going to cancel my account, but then it simultaneously cancels your Uber Eats and your Uber vehicle account, and I don't have a big problem with Uber vehicle rides, and I kind of don't want to cancel that, so I'm just not ever going to order Uber Eats again. That's how I'm going to handle it. There's now 8:30 curfew in San Jose. Yeah, there's one in San Francisco as well. There's one in Reno. There's like a 6 p.m. in Reno. There's a curfew in LA. There's one in Seattle. Why do you use Emacs instead of, for example, Visual Studio? Because Visual Studio for editing is a much bigger piece of shit than Emacs is for editing. Not that I think Emacs is very good, but it's better than Visual Studio. Much bigger piece of dookie. Okay, we'll stay family friendly for the 4-year-olds. Visual Studio is a much bigger dookie than Emacs. A much, much bigger dookie. When am I making my own IDE? I'm not, because I think IDE is a dumb idea. Not dumb. It's an idea that's been proven not to work very well, and so you shouldn't assume that it's the right thing. Maybe you have Stockholm Syndrome with Visual Studio. It's quite possible. Okay. Text display is delayed like 2 seconds. Yeah, I bailed out of trying to use Microsoft Office years ago, which is why I have my own slideshow program. Okay. Well, maybe start skipping. Okay. I think this is the problem right here. This above water Z1. So if it's supported, you return false. Let's see. When do we call this? Just in falling. Okay, lack of ocean is not what we want. This whole check here is not what we want. What we want is in fact, this whole maybe start skipping, since it only happens in one place, that's just not here. Like, this is just going to become a very small amount of code, which is how you know it's the right decision to fold that in. All right. So we just checked if we were supported. See, this is like over the years, the code got tangled and rewritten. And, you know, when you've got a big system of things, sometimes it doesn't know who it's being called by and what's true, and then you collapse it. This is, in fact, unnecessary because, well, okay. There is... I actually think maybe we don't need this ignore ocean bed support. But I'm not sure. Okay, so so here we want to say, so can skip, we'll put that up here. And then here we're going to say, get ocean info manager e.position. Okay, so this is the position that we've just finished moving onto, and we're going to say if info.ocean present and not info.ocean filled. Is it called ocean filled, or where does ocean info live? I bet that's in entities. Yeah, ocean present filled, it's just called filled. And info.z value is greater than or equal to e.position.z minus 0.5. I don't know, that's kind of sloppy, but whatever. Let's get rid of the above water stuff. Hey, check it out. Okay. Frickin' x64 crash. One of these days we're gonna fix that. That's so weird. We can't undo. Remind me we cannot undo. All right, but we now successfully have 2 levels of agua. Check it out. Check it out, everybody. We can now make new levels. I don't know why it pauses so long on this water, but not the other water. That's pretty strange. Like, what's going on there? But other than that, we're good. Do lilies work? Probably not, but that is the natural next question. I doubt it. Well, there's your answer. Okay, so let's get lilies working, and then we'll debug why is that. Why is that skip delay? Oh, it's because, okay, let's debug this first. Because we have this thing that asks if we're moving onto water, and that's tripping in this case, but not in this case. Because we set up our transaction timing differently. Moving onto water. Let's look at that. Moving onto water. Ah, look at that. Okay, info is get ocean info. If info.z value is less than target pos.z minus 0.5, return false. There we go. That probably, hopefully fixes it. There we go. That was, oh, I pressed undo. When we load the animations, it's a little jittery, so it's hard to tell, but there we go. Much faster. Much faster. So I think what I want to finally do, like, it's a good idea to make the water prettier, but I think the number one problem that we actually have to solve is like stuff being in the water being more visible, because that's ugly and it's a gameplay problem, right? So for example, if I have like this stuff and I push this stone in the water, it's in the water, but it doesn't like look in the water, and that gets really confusing on complicated levels. Like opaque objects don't really have that problem, but translucent objects do. And so we might fix that tomorrow or sometime soon finally, which will be great. I just want to email the team and like maybe ask some things about if it seems like the best way to do it. Ocean isn't exactly very opaque right now, but we can fix that too. Never go full undo. That is good advice. Does the rock stop existing after it skips to the edge of the world? Yeah, we sort of delete them if it's not a wrapping map. Once it goes off the map by a certain number of squares, we delete it. Although, it's an interesting point that we kind of changed what happens implicitly when we did some of the stuff over the last couple days. So I think actually that rock might have stopped, and this one might hit it and sink. And we could find out by turning the camera. Oh, nope. There. Okay. Let's just show then. So like if I do this, it just goes. Oh, you could barely see it disappear. Let me go way out. Like what we have is a counter where it skips a fixed number of times and then it'll destruct. So it's just to give some leeway, and there you go. See? And you want the sound to keep happening for a while and get quieter, so we just keep letting it go. But once you get past the edge of that grid, things can't collide with each other. the player ever going to see the black outside of the map? Probably not. You already see speedrun tricks with OOB manipulation? I doubt it. I doubt it. Does this look like a frickin' Obsidian game to you? Or whoever that company is? Okay, so let's do something about this lily pad. Is supported. Okay, this is just saying, all right. What is it called? Z value is greater than or equal entity position minus 0.5. There we go. Now entity dot position dot z. Do what I mean, not what I say, bro. I need some really good decaf Earl Grey. Okay, good. So it's not sinking. It's holding me up. It's not getting skipped by the stone, but that's a little bit expected. Twitch seems very inconsistent about video audio sync. Like, people complain about that all the time. So I think it's just Twitch is kind of broken now. What's the interaction between the lily pad and the skipping stone? It should knock it to the side. Like I could show you what it's supposed to do. Well, assuming this still works, which it should, we're going to run a full Benny test after this. But so if this lily pad's in the water over here, let's put it here, actually. And then I push this, it'll knock it to the left, like that. Now, it's a little weird because our sync value, I'm going to turn down the sync value because you can very clearly see the lily pads floating over the ocean, but we might like sync them down a little bit so we can give them more thickness and whatever because they're just very thin paper sheets right now. Anyway, let's adjust the default sync to like 9, 8, 2/3 of what it is. That might not be enough, but did that work? 0.01. No. Oh, because we set the sync values on these as a test. Remember? There we go. That's the default sync value. Duh, bro. All right. There we go. That's a little better. So now, let's work on that lily pad. So there's a function called push neighboring lilies. Oh, it's in skipping stones, I guess. It's called something. Wake neighboring lilies. Oh, that's what it used to be. That's no longer. Oh, set lily moving. So somebody's calling that or not calling it in this case. Set lily moving or alter lily direction. Oh, that's it. Let's test that before we go doing something. So it's not knocking it to the side, but it might, in this case, do something, right? No. Or yes, maybe it does, but then the lily decides that it shouldn't move. That's actually kind of my theory. Because rock lands on lily. Looks like it works. Push lilies. All right, so okay, you know what? We're going to remove this and this. And we're going to launch a debug build, and we're just going to... so when we start the game, the lily timer should be inactive, so we should be able to break in the function to update lilies, and it shouldn't go. And then, if something happens, it should start the lily timer. All right. Update lily timer. Move lilies. Okay. So do we ever get here? We're not there right now. Yes, we do. So we try to make our transaction. There are no flow updaters, hopefully. We make an info for this lily. Flow direction, there should be none. It got kicked, great. Target position, great. This all looks nominal. Lily blocked at. Is it blocked? Oof. Okay. Lily blocked at. Lily simply blocked at. Is there a wall? Is lack of ocean. Oh. Okay. This is a really old function. We'll move this to this file since it's the main user of it. And this isn't really like is supported. Probably is ocean filled. Let's actually do the z check. If info.z value is less than position.z minus 0.5, return true. So it's got to be is ocean filled. So we check the below. Is there a wall? Does it fill ocean? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Because I feel like we didn't change anything that'll cause it to work. So we're going to have to step through that. See what's going on. What's going on? Move lilies. We don't do that in the beginning. All right, so first let's just see. Yeah, it doesn't do anything still. That's what we expected. Didn't think that I fixed anything there. So let's go ahead and we sort of went we want to go to make lily transaction. We were down here and we did this, I guess. Okay, we went here. So we're going to do that. And it should return true again. Yep, blocked is true. By the way, if I made a debugger, the number one thing I would do, if you step through a line that returns a value, just like put the return values here for a second, floating upward like a score in a video game with like a shadow behind it so it's readable. That would be so much better than having to stare at a watch window somewhere. Of course, you'll have to print it in a better way than like this garbage, but you know, that's not hard if you don't work at Microsoft. Okay, so set next statement. IntelliJ is something like that. Well, good for them. Is it simply blocked? Yes. Okay, well, let's try it again. Set next statement. Run it back. Run it back. Okay, is there a wall? No. Is there a lack of ocean? Yes, that's what I thought it would be. So go ahead, run it back. Run it back. Just like in video games, running it back helps you get good. Here, running it back helps you get good. So ocean present is true. Z value is 2. I bet our position is like Z equals 0 or something. Position is Z equals 2. So it's is ocean filled? That's, again, kind of what I suspected, but I wasn't sure. Okay, so below, we're getting is wall at, okay, run it back. So we're saying there's a wall under the lily, which doesn't make any sense. We're saying there's a wall with Z equals 1. Which I don't think there is, because we would see it. Right below is Z equal minus, oh, I just set it to -1, not minus equals 1. I knew what I wanted to read there. Yeah, this made sense. Okay. Bro. I hope somebody caught that. Do I play any programming games? I like the Zachtronics games sometimes. Hey. We push lilies in water every day. Okay, so now it's time for a Benny. Well, first let's do some basic stuff. Like this one. This one, actually, the test doesn't work because it involves diagonal lily hack, which we haven't done yet, but you can see the idea. I cannot ever win. I did it with the wrong timing. Oh no, there we go. It's got an odd number of squares in the level, so I just have to wait really long. I can't get on there yet till we do the movement thing. But here I can. Woof. And then we ride all the way around. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's make a release build. My goal was to get to this point where we are right now by the end of this weekend, and we have done that. We have done that. I've got some smaller issues to deal with, but they're okay. Do the lily flow on rivers on the upper level? Yeah, we should test that. Did I typo release? No. Okay, so we're going to run a Benny test first before... Did I actually finish saying that I need to buy some of my really good caffeine-free Earl Grey, because, or maybe English breakfast? I might venture out to a store one of these days and get some, because when it gets late and we want some tea, I drink a lot of Bengal spice, and a man wants choices sometimes, you know? Okay, do we want to... I think we should really quickly patch the problem where it doesn't play the Benny music. So, here we go. This might be a little bit raunchy. I don't know. I mean, it's Benny Hill, so we'll see what we're getting into here. Benny Hill looks like my dad, by the way. We need the theme song. This show is so silly. Like this is what people would watch on TV back in the day. Like this was an actual very popular TV show. That's a very serious impact. All right. That is why it's the Benny test, because everybody's running around fast doing things. Does it make sense for the uninitiated? Does it make sense? Let's try another one while I pour some tea. Because they did that like every episode. Like the thing to understand about that is every episode. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you all again soon. Until then, bye-bye. God bless. Look after yourselves.
The thing where they would like show part of a sign and it's offensive and then show the rest of the sign, that's a very common gag on this show as well. There you go. That's the Benny Hill Show. No naked women that episode. Well, there probably were, just not on YouTube. Yeah, I could have got accidentally TOS there. It's true. Are they always that short? I mean, it was like a half-hour comedy show. So the format was, it's a bunch of miscellaneous skits. Sometimes it was a little bit like a variety show. Like it sort of inherited this thing that they used to do, you know, like in the 50s and 40s and 30s or whatever, where like the host is an entertainer and like he does some jokes and he like sings songs that are kind of funny but not that funny, and like gives an opening monologue. And so that's like the format of the show. And then the end is always a skit that devolves into him getting chased by a bunch of people. Like that's the gimmick for that. And so the ending skit is always, you know, a couple minutes or whatever, but it's the end of like a half-hour show. You thought I was talking about Barney Hill. I don't know who Barney Hill is. Donny Osmond? What is Donny Osmond? Oh, like being an entertainer? I mean, a lot of shows inherited this formula, like even Key and Peele. Like if you watch not just the pieces on YouTube, but if you go watch an actual Key and Peele episode, they like talk to the audience and have an opening monologue and stuff. And that part of the show sucks, but it's there. So I don't know. It's a thing. Barney and Betty Hill were an American couple who claimed they were abducted by extraterrestrials. Okay, well, Benny Hill is a different person. Although maybe he did get abducted by extraterrestrials. I couldn't tell you. I will not speak for Benny Hill on this matter. Carol Burnett show. I used to watch the Carol Burnett show when I was a kid too, yeah. Yeah, like all through the 70s, you still had these shows where someone was like an entertainer, even into the 80s. So like the Tracy Ullman show was kind of like the Carol Burnett show for the 80s, you know, if you ever saw the Tracy Ullman show. It's like it's interesting how, like, I never thought about it that explicitly when I was a kid, but you can see it very clearly now that it's no longer a thing. Now that there's no longer this like variety show entertainer format. You don't think Archie Bunker aged all that well? Yeah, I don't like. I mean, you would get kicked off Twitch for showing Archie Bunker, right? I mean, I got kicked off Twitch for showing the opening 5 minutes of Putney Swope, which is not as bad as Archie Bunker. I got banned for like several days because someone reported me. Snowflake. Okay, so we broke some things. Not that many things, but enough that we have to investigate. This might even be broken from before, because remember before, at the end of the last stream, we had a bunch of fails. A lot of them were mirror aisles. I fixed some basic stuff, but I didn't retest after that because I was like, screw it, buddy. So let's compare. 9 extra fails is too many. We just can't let it slide. So let's see. And yes, I know this would be easier if I had a tool to compare these, but again, I don't want to invest in that because adding structure and workflow around this thing, that shouldn't be an issue much longer. Decluster doesn't work. Okay, that's a level where you drop stuff into the water. It's kind of complicated. Oh, I bet it has to do with, I don't know. Oh, river diverting isn't working. Okay, that's not that surprising. I think it's that river divert isn't working. Like, these work. That works. But if I like do this, that worked. So what isn't working? Let me see if I can remember how to solve this level. Maybe that wasn't the right move. I feel like I need to use this to do something. There we go. So I do this, I do that, turn the guy to stone. Then, well, now my problem is my rock is stuck. That's what she said. So I need the other rock. How do you do this? No, what I did is what this solution does, I think. Oh, because we don't need the double beam. I should remember how to do our levels. Okay, so the rock is there. do I get it out? Like I need to get it over here so I could skip the stones. And if I do this, that does that, but then I lose that. Oh, before I do that. Oh, right. Okay. That's what we do. I gotcha. So we do this. We do this. We do that. Whoops. Don't turn the... No. Oh, no. Don't do these things. Okay. So the key is that rock is stuck there, but we sort of go around... There we go. Huh. How do I get the stone now? Like the problem is I need to push it. Oh, I could do this. So I divert the water, except we wanted it to divert the other way. Did it used to divert the other way? Yeah, it's okay. It's going the wrong direction. That's the problem. It's supposed to divert to the left around this. So it's no surprise that if that's not right, let's go back here. So if I do this, let's see under what conditions does it not work. Really? Okay, well, we broke that. It just went straight. Okay. We broke that. Not too surprising. So, divert incoming flows. Let's just look for Z values. Although that shouldn't honestly matter. I bet that is lack of ocean is being called on something with a different Z value. Like we just broke it. Okay, because target updater pause is what? Do we put it underwater on Ocean Gameplay Z? That's another one that we have to get rid of. Ocean Gameplay Z. Well, That's 0. So that's actually not... We're going to have to get rid of all these variables. So it's going to be set to... I think we have to add 1 because this will be like -1. That might break in weird. Actually, let's not do that. Here, let's do it on the way in. I'm trying to think, I'm flipping over in my head, what do we really want this to be? I think I'm going to keep it at the level of the ocean for now, although there's an argument to be made that it should be under. Okay. So when we say divert incoming flows, okay, hold on. I'm going to get rid of that. All right. So if it's inside water, we're going to do that. And then we can just modify this later if we want that to be a different policy, but just try that. Now, I don't think that'll actually fix anything in this case, because I think that has the same result. Yeah. But I just wanted it to be something that I understand and that's not depending on, or that doesn't change based on where the ocean is. Now, we get to figure out why it's broken. And it is broken because of this is lack of ocean thing is tripping. So we're going to start. We're going to set a breakpoint in divert here. All right, and then we're going to fire that breakpoint off, and then we're going to go to is lack of ocean. Is that here? Nope. Nope. Okay. I think it's is ocean filled, right? Wait, we didn't, what? So it should be east, right? Incoming. Ocean present is false. Direction east. Target. Achoo! Okay. Oh, get first ocean map. Remember when I said I need to get rid of get first ocean map because it's obviously wrong anytime you use it? There we go. Get first ocean map. Okay, that's going to make even more particles. Okay, so we got rid of that one. What is dot invisible? It's a flag that says if something is invisible. So we're setting ocean info. All right. Get ocean info. So we want to do this same loop. I guess we're just going to cut and paste. Okay, so get ocean info. Okay, let's just call this ocean check hack constant. All right, I don't know what to call it. It's 2.1. Okay, so So we're doing this loop, same thing, and then okay, so we get a hit. Okay, actually we want ocean, right? And then ocean is map break. If not ocean, return. I guess that shouldn't happen. I don't know. Nowadays, with all the weirdness, maybe. Okay. Okay. Get first ocean map, still being called in lilies and rivers. Divert incoming flow. Get ocean info. Well, we'll do this. We sort of should know which ocean a flow is on. But diversion is blocked. Okay, let's do this. Let's use map here, and we're going to say if we cross oceans, it's no bueno, because those are flows at different levels. If incoming pause dot, what was it called? Ocean ID not equal to target dot ocean ID, return. Can't have incoming flow from a different ocean. Okay, so ocean is find manager ocean map. Right, find type. Oh, just no, manager, comma, target ocean ID if ocean, or ocean entity type, not ocean map. Return should not happen. You know what, let's call it ocean instead of map, because map could be like texture map. Ocean is down, ocean to map. Okay, so there we go. Ocean ID is not a member of vector 3. That is true. That is a true statement that the compiler has said. Frick. I put it in the wrong place. Okay, this is fine. We don't need to check that because actually, if we use the same ocean, we just will be off the ocean. So that's actually okay. It is actually okay. Are there more Seattle riots tonight? Or do we mean last night? Hey, look, it's going the right way. It's going the right way. Let's go to decluster. Bam. Okay, that's the x64 problem. So we're going to do a Benny test now that we have fixed this. We also got rid of Get First Ocean Map, which was one of the things. Look at our list. Look how many things are gone. And actually, that's gone. And the two at the top are just scanning for more ocean variables that won't be that hard to do. Whoops. So we've had a good weekend. This is, and it's a good weekend because I didn't ever think we could have our elevated swimming pool there in this game. You know what I mean? Like that, I thought we were never going to have a pool. And now we can afford a pool. And that's great. It's like, and that's okay. Let's get mushy here. But like the games that I've worked on, you know, like I'm proud of them, right? And why do you get proud of them? It's because you know they're really good. And why do you know they're really good? Well, part of it is you do more than the minimum. Okay, we can't see the river because of the other thing, but let's see if it works. So we're pushing. Yeah, look at that. So we have some graphical things to adjust, but, you know, we can afford a pool, which is great. It's really weird how in California, swimming pools are now a rich people thing. Like when I was growing up, lower middle class people had pools. Everything is becoming a rich people thing. That is true. Pools cost a lot to maintain, but why? Right? Why? They should be cheaper to maintain because, like, we have many years advanced technology. Why is it more expensive? To have a swimming pool, you actually need decently sized property. That is true, and it is more crowded in California than it used to be. I'm sure San Jose has a lot of swimming pools, right? In the older construction. So we're actually going to we're going to get fancy here. We're asking for it, but this is what we're going to do. So we don't draw it right now, but you can imagine that water goes like straight down. We kind of can't really cap it right now with a non-visible mesh, but there we go, there we go. Oh, it didn't go. Oh, because it goes off, right. Okay. We have to allow water flows to go off. Flows before hose is what I'm saying, right? But are we running release build? We need to Benny test this. Flows before hose, where hose, of course, are garden equipment implements. Flows. So what's happening there is it's saying, look, that position is off the ocean map. So no bueno. When in reality, we should check is it like not actively? We should check a different thing. Delete one more block under where the wall used to be. I don't think that'll matter. I think it has to do with just reaching the border of the thing. Did we fix the Benny music? No. You got to replace and clean the filters, swap pipes out, maintain chemicals, etc. But I mean, it's more expensive to maintain it than to fill it in. I'm just saying, in the 70s, let me show you my house where I grew up, okay, where I was born in 1971. We're going to go to Google Satellite, right? I'm going to go to Maps. I don't remember my exact address. I always misremember, but it's Sandy Circle, La Palma, California. I'll show you the house. This is where I grew up till I was 8 years old. This is now all Korean over here. This was not Korean when I was growing up. Well, that's Mexican. Carl's Jr. This has been a Carl's Jr. since the 1970s, by the way. I'm just saying. That's how long. So I used to actually, this is where I grew up, and I used to actually go to this school. I used to walk to school, and this was sort of the front way, but there was a back way because people weren't totally anal back then. There was a back way where you could go here and then go through here. And there was like a back just path into the playground of the school. And now everyone would be worried about like pedophiles sneaking in the back, possibly justifiably. But back then it was just like, that was the back way. So let's do some street view here. Or no, let's do satellite view. So this is the house where I grew up. They have solar panels now. So this is a front lawn, right? And this is like a brick enclosed courtyard. So there's a little wall separating it. There's like side alleys or side, I don't know, sides with doors on both sides that you could go out. Garage, upstairs, downstairs. So the floor plan, okay, this is like sort of the family room. It looks weird from above, but that's what it is. This is the kitchen right here. And there's like big windows looking out from the kitchen and the family room. So you get this really nice view of the backyard, right? There's a garden here. I don't remember there being this much cement. So when I was growing up, this fence was here, but it was like a fruit vine. It was like blackberries or something. I don't know. And this tree, I guess. I feel like I remember a tree here. So maybe that tree died. There was like a peach tree right here. So maybe they swapped that. Anyway, check out this pool. Dude, it's huge. It's like the size of the house. Look how many people in my neighborhood had pools. Maybe some of these are filled in. These don't look like very nice backyards that people had. But like, it was not rare to have a swimming pool in my neighborhood. We were not a rich family, particularly. Look at this. Dude. So we had a diving board. Note there's no diving board here now. I guess because everybody's a wuss today. Are they actually illegal? Like they're not grandfathered in? We used to like dive off this diving board, and I would climb over this wall and like go back here. This was like a, this was like a Albertsons or some big supermarket. And I would just climb over the wall and go around here. But yeah, that's, so then also, so this is the pool. There's some steps down. And then this is like a jacuzzi in the corner. And we had this in the 70s, dude. So, okay, back in the day, yeah, this is still a bank, I guess. This is a bank with a drive-through. Because again, it's from like the 60s or 50s. See this overhang, you actually drive under there, and they had these like pneumatic pipes. I don't know if anyone else is old enough to have used these banks. Before ATMs, okay, they used to like drive up to the window. There would be a teller on the inside who would talk to you over like a fast food radio kind of thing. And you would like open the pneumatic capsule like in the movie Brazil and like put your money in there that you want to deposit and like, and you put it in the tube. Dude, it was awesome. That some things in the 70s were really good. All right. I haven't seen those in a long time. So what else? Okay, right here, I guess it's not there anymore, or it's not listed here. On the corner where it says Korean barbecue, it used to be just like a convenience store. And this was where I would go to play video games when I was like 5 or 6. So when I was 5 or 6, right, we lived here, and I would ask mom for a quarter or maybe $1 if I was smart in advance. And I would walk out here. So these are connected with a little walkway. I would walk out here, go around, go there. They had like an asteroids machine, a scramble machine, and maybe something else. I don't know. It probably changed a little bit over time too. And I would just play arcade games back in there. That's how I got into video games. I also almost killed somebody right here when I was 7 years old. That was not good. But that was the 70s. How? Okay. So when I was little, I read lots of science fiction magazines and stuff, right? Or science fiction stories. And they had like cool trip wires and nanowire and stuff, okay? And see, there's a little walkway here. And there's a brick wall between this side and the other side. And there was an older kid, like I was like 6 or 7. He was like younger in high school or something. And he would like ride his BMX bike around the neighborhood. And he would ride through here. And I observed that he would ride standing up, you know, like a big kid, right? So he's kind of standing up and like pumping the things. And I noticed that his head went well above the wall, okay? Let's see if we can actually street view this so I could show you. How do we actually go down there? Okay, yeah, that thing. What just happened? Like what is going on? Okay, this thing right here, it looks so small today. Okay, so this was like a little bit under construction for a little bit, and there was some rebar sticking up. And so I tied a fishing line across there, like as a trap, because I thought I was being cool. And the dude ran across it. He rode across it, and like it hit him across the neck, like not that high, fortunately. But like he was riding his bike fast through the thing, and it, like I was a little kid who had no concept of reality and didn't understand how dangerous and bad of a thing this was to do. Okay. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing because it's horrible. Like, true story. The other thing that happened when I was even younger than that, see how my driveway here is kind of slanted? So I would watch my family mess around with the car. And so one day when I was a little younger than the fishing line thing, I was probably like 4 or 4.5. I like grabbed the car keys from the kitchen and went. My dad's like station wagon or whatever was pointed up the driveway, like this car, but in the middle. So I got in. I managed to turn the key and put it into neutral, and it like rolled down the hill into the middle of the street. And like I stayed there trying to get it started up, and I couldn't figure it out. And eventually one of the neighbors just saw this car in the middle of the street with a 4-year-old in it. And they were like, this is not good. So like that again is terrible. Like if there was some other little kid playing in the street when I did that, like very bad things can happen. All right. So I'm very, very glad that didn't kill anybody or maim anybody. And I'm very, very glad that didn't kill or maim anybody. I'm also glad that I didn't figure out how to actually start the engine and go forward way too fast. All right. Like, but to go back to the point, so many people had swimming pools, man. These houses were probably built in the 1950s, so they're like way newer than most houses in San Francisco as well. Because San Francisco was like mostly built after 1906. Anything that you get built today in San Francisco is like a tiny shoebox apartment that sucks. Like, this is the thing. People kind of used to be a lot richer than they are today. Like, that's the thing to realize also. And there are some ways in which we are a lot richer, but like figuring out how to use Google Maps is not one of them. Like the ability to have this map, like we couldn't have had this no matter how much you paid back in that time, right? So that's better. But like some stuff, like basic life, you know? So what's other stuff? This is actually not even in my town anymore. I think this is officially in Buena Park, California. Like this is the border. Like La Palma, California, which is the city where I grew up, is like, it's like this. It's actually, that's Cyprus even. So let's see. Can we get a border if we zoom out? So here's La Palma. Oh, this is Cerritos over here. Buena Park is like I don't know. Anaheim, which is Disneyland, Knott's Berry Farm. I grew up in a cool place. You could go to Disneyland pretty fast. I mean, not cool place, but anyway. Okay, so let's go back to the, where are we? Now I've lost my scale. Oh, there's some Mormon church here. I don't remember that. Okay, wait, let's go back. I don't even know what I'm looking at now. All right, there we go. So my school, my house, La Palma. Well, that's La Palma Avenue, but where does the actual city end? It ends like Knott's Berry Farm is not in La Palma. So like this is an actual city, and it's like that. I don't even know. Population of La Palma, CA, 15,000. So however big it takes to have 15,000 people. Oh, this is Buena Park over here. Okay, so I had my sides crossed. So this is the next city over, and this is the next city over that way. So maybe Knott's Berry Farm is in La Palma. Not that anyone knows what Knott's Berry Farm is anymore. It's like the low rent Disneyland back in the day. Oh, it's in Buena Park. So yeah, that's not even, this is maybe the border of La Palma. I don't even know. No, because that says it's in Buena Park too. Like, dude, this city is is tiny, is all I'm saying. It is tiny. When was the last time I was there? When I was driving to Texas, I stopped in there, which was a long time ago. It was 2002. However, I did almost go to La Palma since then. So sometime a few years later, in like 2004, 5, maybe 6, maybe when I was doing consulting while doing Braid or something. I was doing some consulting for MTV, and they wanted to buy an MMO. And we went to talk to Raf Koster's company about doing a technology purchase, and Raf Koster's company their office was in Rancho Bernardo, which is oh no, sorry, I'm getting my childhood houses mixed up. That's in San Diego. Sorry. When we were 8, we moved from here to like San Diego County, and so that's the closest that I've been, which is actually quite far. Never mind. It's down here. No, a little further north. There we go. Here. So that's not that close. You get old, you forget these things, man. MTV wanted to buy an MMO, yeah, because they had this show called like Laguna Beach that was like the sequel to whatever, and then they had a virtual Laguna Beach, which was a really low effort MMO that they did, and they got really high download numbers on it, and they were like, we're going to do this. And so they wanted to license better technology. The virtual Laguna Beach was like a reskin of there.com, if you know what that was. So they wanted to do that. So we were talking to different people about what to license, and they didn't end up licensing anything because I think they really wanted something turnkey that was good, and like all the things that we looked at that were plausible like weren't really done. Like I think they wanted to move on something fast, and everything we looked at was like, oh, it's going to be like a year, you know. Dishonored, Raf? I don't know. Did he work on Dishonored? No. You're thinking of, what's his name? I don't know. Glad you like The Witness. So that would be like Habbo Hotel. No, Habbo Hotel was like a 2D sprite thing. There.com was like it was like Second Life, but not as high tech. Did the guy do an awesome flip? I did not see the guy on the bike hit the wire. I like tied it up. Nobody was around. So I like tied the fishing line, and then maybe I hid around for a while to see something happen, but like the dude just wasn't around. So like I went home, and then like later he ran into it. Oh my God. So like kids' minds are not fully formed at that age, all right? They don't understand reality very well. So don't let them make important decisions when they're 7 years old, all right? It's not a good thing. I want to see if I could find our Penasquito's house, because I don't even remember the name of the street that we were on. But anyway, when we lived here, I would walk to Rancho Bernardo sometimes, and there's this mall, like, where is it? There's a, like it used to be, like back at that time, you would think of it as like the high-end rich people mall, kind of, but now it totally isn't by modern standards. I think it's this or something. Like this wasn't quite as developed. So back when I lived, so I lived like off the 15, yeah, down here somewhere. We'll zoom in, and we lived like right off this golf course that's right here, which probably was not good for my health, given the way they spray golf courses. So all this development wasn't really here. There was like a Sega building over here. It was really weird. There was like a bunch of dirt and then a Sega building. Probably Sega has long since sold that. But they had like this big Zaxxon poster, which was cool. So I think it's this place is like this mall over here that I used to walk to. And then when I was a kid, and then when we went to visit Raf's office, it was in here. It was like, or maybe it was on this side of the street. But it was, I think it was on this side of the street, but it was basically here. Like I used to go, I remember I went to this lake and did a couple sprinting competitions, like just neighborhood things. Yeah. Anyway, so the house where I lived here, am I gonna remember? That's not right. Okay, here we are. How do I not remember my street address from back then? Okay, so here's the school where I went to after we moved. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay. We were like one of these houses. Wow, how do I not remember these? We had a yard. I think it was this one, maybe. We didn't have a pool at this house, but look how many pools there are again. Maybe it was this one. I don't know. We had like a backyard, garage on this side. Oh, this could be it. Maybe this. We had like, okay, we had garage and then like a garden slice. So this could be somebody paved over the garden slice and made more garage. Or maybe, no, it was a sticking out garage and the door was back. I totally don't remember this house as well, which is weird because I was older here. The other one I was like up to 8 years old, and this was like 8 to 11, I guess not as long, and then we moved to yet another house. Anyway, more than you needed to know. People had pools in the 70s. That's all I'm saying. Very appropriate, Sega being near dirt. Let's see if the Sega building is there. I don't think it is. Okay, so this is, wait, where were we again? So this is where we were. So this, what the hell is going on here? This was a golf course. What is it now? Did they make it into a park? Is this like a dirt bike park? Like what? This used to be like totally green. It was like a country club. You could play tennis. Oh, like over here. Maybe it is a golf course. It's just California chic brown golf course now. That's probably what it is. Okay. So up here, this was like a water tower. You would hike over there. So not really hike, but just walk up the hill. That's my high school. I don't think that was an actual park back then. That wasn't developed. Okay. Let's see if the Sega building, I doubt it's still there. It would have been right in here somewhere, I think. Yeah. Yeah, gone, long gone. Long gone, like decades gone. Although there's one over here. Like that's, I mean, it's still Orange County. I wonder who worked in that Sega building. I wasn't really old enough to really know. Okay, well, it's all good, people. It's so weird. I never really went out here when I lived in California. Although we would go to like a camp spot up in the mountains here. All right. Enough. How'd our Benny test go? 64. We've been hovering between 62 to 64. So there might be something broken, but if so, it's small enough. I'm not going to sweat it, and we'll catch it later. So we're going to check this in as improvements to river and lily stuff for multi-ocean levels. Okay, so let's, no check-in. That's not that important relative to other things, so let's let it slide. All right, so we want to make it work that the thing goes off the waterfall. Don't give away too many password questions. No, my password question answers are all like totally different. They're not real life answers. Let's put this over here so that we know. Like password questions anyway, they're always stuff like, what city did you get married in? And I was like, I never got married. So like, oh, interesting. Yeah, I should make that water there. I guess that's what you were saying before. But it shouldn't matter, like it should fall either way. Okay, so we need a more sophisticated idea of what happens. How many kids have I tried to kill? Well, none intentionally. It's like you just don't understand reality at that age. Like I used to read Mad Magazine with like spy versus spy, and I guess it was spy versus spy kind of stuff. Like the spies were always setting traps for each other, and I was like, I could be like spy versus spy. I don't remember the kid's name either. I wish I did. I would send him a note saying, sorry for almost grievously wounding you when you were like, I mean, he seemed like a big kid to me, but that just means he was probably like 12. So he would be like 5 or 6 years older than me. The folding image in Mad Magazine. I kind of forgot about that. That's kind of like Benny Hill also. Did he stop riding his BMX through there? I honestly don't remember. Cool remix of the Spy vs. Spy theme. Let's do it. I really liked that game on the C64 when it came out. I played it much later, like in the 2000s, and it's not good. That's one of those things, though, where by modern standards, most 80s games are not good. I remember the song, though. Let's get the sweet C64 art. He actually mixes these with C64s. Did I code assembly for C64? Yes. As always. So the way this game worked was there was like some map with a bunch of rooms, and you're both searching for some objects. Like, see, they have stuff in their inventory, and then those 6 buttons are different traps that you can set up. So like, you can put a bucket of acid above a door, and then if the other guy goes through that door, the acid will pour on him, for example. But I think there's no way to know if there's a trap there, so you kind of, I don't know, like... This is a cool remix, though. You could put a fishing line. You may be able to. That might actually literally be a thing from this game. I don't remember what the traps were. There was like there was a thing where you can shock people from an electric socket. I remember that. Okay, so there's a bomb, right? A gun tied to a string. Alarm clock. I don't remember what that was. Spring. I don't remember where you put that. That was like in a closet, or I almost think that was like in a toilet or something. It's just like each of these booby traps works on specific contexts. Okay, this must be the electric shock thing, actually. I don't know what that was. Did I grow up with a C64? Yeah. During the C64 era, I would say that C64 was probably the #2 home computer in the US. The Apple II was #1. It was a little bit earlier, which is maybe why. But the C64 was way better for games. Like, Apple II didn't have any real graphics or sound hardware to speak of. because the Apple was one of the earliest home computers, like just being a home computer was amazing, right? And then stuff like the Commodore VIC-20 came along that had some of that, and then C64 was an upgrade of that. How about the Amiga? I never had the Amiga. Let's listen to some more 80s video game. I played a lot of Bruce Lee. I kind of remember the song from here too. This game was pretty fun. It was hard, dude. This is not what the game actually looked like. This is somebody's 3D recreation. No way you could do that on C64. You finished... I don't know if I ever finished Bruce Lee. Dude, Bruce Lee was hardcore. What else have we got? So I want to think of some C64 games that I don't really remember the music, and I want to see if the remix brings back memories. So like Ford Apocalypse, I played a ton of. I don't even remember if that had music. I don't think so. Okay. Maybe we should just search for anything, but I played so much Ford Apocalypse. How about Parallax? I remember the song for that. Spy vs. Spy, Let's just go to the dude's channel. Maybe he has a list. Or, you know what? Let's just listen to the actual music. Oh, they're visualizing the waveforms? That's cool. Sid Meier's Pirates? Eh, that was not... Mule? This is a cool visualization. This is going to go on for quite some time. This is where it's like more of an actual song. I played this game a lot. There was a game called Suicide Express that wasn't that good, but that I remember had music. Let's see. I should just leave these on in the background. Like this game, yeah, it had this voice synthesis in the beginning, and that was super impressive in the 80s. And like the whole game renders in this because I guess they couldn't do faster than that. I know Monty on the Run theme. No. Is that a game? It's so weird, dude. I spent so many hours with these games. Let's just see. C64 music. What have we got? What have we got? 11 hours. International Karate. I never played that one too much. RoboCop C64. Let's see what this person thinks are the best. Monty on the Run. Ocean Loader 4. Fred Gray Batman. Outrun. Commando, that's classic. All right, let's just play this. We're going to leave this on. Oh, it goes 10-1, so this is Last Ninja 2. Did I do any C64 programming? Yes. Yes, I did. It was a French game. Your character was a monster and you had different weapons that emerged from your hand. An axe, a fork, and something else. I mean, it's not ringing a bell. I mean, it sort of is. I have a very, very faint itch of knowing what you're talking about, but I don't actually. You know, it's a weird feeling. No, Monty on the Run should be the last one, because it said that was number 1, and this is going 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1. Metal Mutant. Okay, I don't remember that. That's a really good looking game for a C64 game. Oh, it's DOS. There we go. I like this one. Is this Rob Hubbard also? No. Okay. All right, so I wish they would just let the whole song play. You know what? I don't like switching out of the songs in the middle like that. So let's just see what Money on the Run sounds like. And then we'll just put on a long, because there were some like 11 hours of C64 music streams. Ow. That was not very good collision detection. You know, I'm trying to remember, what was the game? I keep thinking Ford Apocalypse, but that's a helicopter game. What was the game where you invade, it's like you're kind of a James Bond guy, and you invade the evil guy's fortress full of robots, and he's like, stay a while, stay forever, haha. What game was that? Impossible Mission. I played a ton of Impossible Mission. I don't remember the music though. There we go. This is like a remix though. I want the original song. If there was an original song. I don't remember. It had no in-game music. What else? Oh, Mule? I played the crap out of Mule, dude. I've saw this screen so many times. Those are all the different characters you could play. It just sort of repeats. The little scene here. EA was like a good game company back then. Alright. What else did I play a lot of? Seven Cities of Gold. I don't think that had music. I don't know. So many games. Ultima, of course. So much. So much. This Ultima intro I saw so many times. Did I play a lot of Rick Dangerous? No. Did my parents ever like it? No, they weren't into the games at all. Good times. Let's This is sort of a mix of a bunch of the, like that first one was one of the city theme songs, and what we're in right now is one of the dungeon theme songs. And then it's just sort of playing through this attract mode thing here. Good times. Okay, let's find one of these hours of C64 music. 11 hours. There's probably some really bad music in this 11 hours. Did my parents disapprove of me going into games? I didn't. I don't know. I didn't really talk to them. I'm not well connected to my family, honestly. Okay, this is not a good song. I mean, it's good for the 80s, but it's not really... The problem is, this isn't going to be listenable, honestly. Not for 11 hours. All right, I can't do this. I'm sorry. It's just, it's very repetitive and non-musical in a certain way, which is fine. I mean, some of the songs are really good. If we could just get a collection of, let's just get like Rob Hubbard music. He was good. 5 hours, that's not going to be all good. But let's see how it is. $38K of basic program. Let's see if, to what extent this is listenable. Put Mr. Plinkett's Picard review in the background. I could do that, but I'd be taking ad revenue from Red Letter Media by broadcasting. It's against Twitch TOS, man. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try a just best C64 music. I mean, we sort of were on that. We had like a top 10. This is 1 hour. This is someone else's top 10. Top 60. Let's try top 60. We could regret this. I never heard of this game. I played a lot of this game. This was when Activision had their name at the bottom of every game. The whole time that you played, it was so obnoxious. Psycho Pigs, I never heard of. Everybody played this game. The Simpsons? I don't remember that. That's after my time. Is this Yi Are Kung Fu? Oh my god. That brings back memory. Oh, 2. I think I only played 1. I forgot about this game. Turrican 2. I never played that. Is that Paradroid? No, this is something totally different. It looks like the same engine as Paradroid. Paperboy. Everybody knows this game. I forgot there was a C64 version. Death Wish 3. Bubble Bobble, Bomb Jack. I do not remember a lot of these games. False Nose. The Human Race. I remember this. Except I don't. I remember... this music, but I don't remember playing the game. You know what I played a lot of? I played BC Quest for Tires. Garfield. I don't know what this was. This looks like Parallax. I don't remember this song though. Is this Parallax? No, it's called Citadel. It looks like Parallax. Maybe they made 2 games, and one was a sequel to the other. All right. So somebody linked video game music with real band and guitar from Last Ninja 2. Let's see. All right, let's see what's going on. We're going to run this level. We're going to delete the other lily so that we don't have much to think about. Okay, so I assume we will say yes, it is blocked. Yep, okay, why? I bet it's this. Yep. Okay, that's just like last time. Should have known. Okay. It's this. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to elaborate on this. We're going to ask why there's a lack of ocean. So if it's filled, Okay. I screwed that up. All right, we got any other music suggestions? Black Knight Pinball? Anyway. Okay, if there's no ocean present, let's look at is ocean filled. So this is just for simply blocked at. Who calls this? Because lily blocked at, oh, that checks other lilies. Okay, so basically, if there's a wall in the target position, okay, let's just check this. This is fine, actually. We'll just call is ocean filled. Let's try that. Didn't work. Why? This is, don't do that. That's goofy. Master Boot Record has some covers. How am I liking Firefox? Like every time I plug or unplug an audio device, it like hangs for a while. Like I'll watch YouTube and I'll plug in a microphone and it goes like like a demon from Doom, except it's Firefox. E1M1. Oh, we already check his wall at, I don't know, E1, M1. Oh, the Ocean Z is different. Z value. Okay. Right. That's the sound of the Doom guy dying right there. Rah! Hey, look. Okay. If a lily starts falling, it should stop moving. I clapped when I heard the thing. Yep. That's a Red Letter Media veteran right there. I don't know why that skips back. That's not good. All right, well, that's a problem. Okay, that thing where the stone skips back is not good, but we'll fix it. Later. Oh, that's move info. Whoops. No, we don't want... You don't want momentum. It's just, it'll fall... If there is another layer of water, it'll just be on that layer of water. But in this case, it should just go straight down. So now, it's starting moving. So if Lily is falling, we shouldn't do anything. I mean, that's a little weird. In falling transaction. How do we do this? How do we do this now? I've changed it so many times. Is falling. Right. Okay, great. I don't know if this is really a kosher thing to do, but we're going to do it. What if you skip a stone off the edge? Will it fall? Well, it should fall. But probably doesn't work yet. There we go. Okay, and then when we stop falling, we have to sample the flow direction. Although, why doesn't that automatically happen? Is my question. Oh, because we wake Lily. Okay, stop falling. Because lilies go to sleep. Maybe start Lily timer. Okay, so. He does regret his choice. You know it. All right, this is pretty good. I think it's almost square logic time. Let's see if we can do some quick shader stuff. Right, so I think we can use the override color from here. foam color. I haven't touched this in a long time. Diffraction, depth fades. Let me just try this. That didn't do anything. What shader are we using? Ocean Test Sea. Really? Oh, that's the material name. I think we are using this shader. Let's just go to the final output color. Yep, probably. Okay, so that's fine. Oops. X. Okay, so we don't have override color. What do we have? Entity. Okay. There we go. We have per ocean color control. So this is what happens when too many people pee in the pool. All right. Well, except now it's getting squashed by the other factor. All right. Okay, so we have to fix that. Actually, let's fix that. I was lying. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're off the Doom music now. So we have to modify our start falling again as well. Weird water stuff like water always flowing downhill yet feeding back into the original, like some MC Escher stuff. This is not really an MC Escher space in that sense. Like we don't really ever wrap upward. Okay, that was weird. It went like one extra. Went like an extra square. That's weird. All right, that's a good time to stop the. Oh, we didn't catch it in time. Wrong window. like, all we're doing here is a natural extension of what the game already does, but in 3D. So the game already had water, skipping stones, and all that. So we're getting like the combinatorics of what happens when you put those things together. I don't understand why our frame rate drops. Gonna have to look into that. It's like roaring, then it slows down to half, less than half. It's probably the GPU particles. Okay, so when we evaluate fall, it should be in our new position. Let's just be consistent about this. I guess is lack of ocean is returning false. But then I don't know why. Well, we're just gonna break right there and just see what actually happens. Didn't skip one stone. We'll see. Well, let's before we do that, see how we may get there. Skip one stone. That's probably in move transaction. Yep. So, if it's a rock, well, okay, we evaluate fall afterwards. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this check elsewhere. Okay, so if we're skipping, okay, let's try that. That could be a better way to do it. Better way to do it. There we go. You see that? That is a video game. Why did I subtract 0.5? Just so that I really don't have any epsilon issues. That is a video game, people. That is how you make video games. That is how you succeed in the games industry. The low frame rate, whoops. That is not how you succeed in the games industry, but, you know. An annoying artist who's going to want to make a level like that. No, it's not. That's not really an art thing. Like, the design, the idea of what this game is on the design side is very strong. And so it's not like random, you know. Like the idea of having a trippy like Escher staircase level is not really what this game is about. I could see that being cool, but you know, where does the upper ocean end? Should the stone have fallen in the wall's gap? No. I extended it. It used to end one square before, but I extended it. So like now, if you see, that's actually the right place. The particles are one frame lagged. Bleh. I mean, this is pretty good. If I'm being sly, I can do this. This is almost like an interesting level. I can run across and push that off, and that'll go. And I'll go over here. Of course, now I'm stuck over here. Except no, so I can go around the back side and push this. Then I can get on that lily pad, push the button. So like, this has been a successful thing. We didn't think that we would have a game that does this. All right, we're gonna Benny test it one more time. And then, assuming it's a successful check-in, we'll do a little bit of square logic and go to bed skis. Kind of if you do it once, you need to do it everywhere, consistent kind of thing. Yeah, it's like the game from a design standpoint is about exploring the combinatorics of the ideas we started with, which is these certain objects, right? And so the wrapping levels that we have are because that was one of the ideas we started with, but we wouldn't like add other extra trippy stuff that has nothing to do with it. In part because there's just way too much stuff in the game, honestly, way too much. So, you know, that might be a different game. Maybe that's game 2 of this, right? I don't know. In general, it's a very good skill to know what your game is about, what its core is, and to optimize for that and to focus on that. Very important. Very important. What is your idea about how to use the rocks and lilies if you push them off the edge? It seems that they'll be stuck most of the time. Who knows, right? What we have yet to see. I haven't done any design thinking about what kind of situations do we create or all that yet. I'm just like programming something that makes sense. If we want to tweak these rules because something else will be better, we can do that later. Do we have a lot of finished level design? Yeah, we have like 500 levels. But we don't have levels for this, if that's what you're asking. We don't have multi-water level levels. So this is nice. This is one of those things. This is one of those good moments in game development. Now our game does stuff. It did stuff before, but now it does stuff plus one. We have to figure out that x64 crash. We'll do that this week sometime. We've got some old Ocean Z variables to chase down to make sure nobody uses them. We've got when the stone goes on a lily pad off the map, it like skips. Really, we should let the lily pad keep going like we do with the stone and then destroy it, or maybe just destroy it immediately. How many hours per day do I usually aim to sleep? I usually sleep about 8 hours. I don't aim, I don't try, I just go to bed and then wake up. Have my previous games shipped with many of those to-do accuracy comments? Some of them, yeah. Usually we get to a lot of them, but not all of them. Wow, it's midnight already. Huh. Maybe we won't play Square Logic. Maybe I'll go to bed earlier tonight. Because if I start playing that, there'll be a lot of squares and a lot of logics. Do I work out? Sometimes, but not very much. Not nearly as much as I should. When you let your body decide you sleep 12 hours and end up tired, it sounds like you have some other problem. Maybe you're hypothyroid. Maybe you have a diet problem. I would get your thyroid levels checked. In general, it's a good idea to just get a blood panel done every year to see if there's anything really wrong or messed up. PSA, it's summer. Wow, it is. I mean, June 1st, is that the start of summer? You're 20 and never had your blood checked. Well, when you're 20, it's maybe not as important. If you're like 20, I would say don't bother unless something is weird. unless you just want to for curiosity's sake, like if you're trying to optimize nutrition or something. But by the time you get to around 35, which I realize most people here are not, yeah, maybe once a year. Although actually I was discovered to be hypothyroid. I should have gotten blood work done years before I did. I was discovered to be hypothyroid when I saw my doctor in Austin in like 2002, right when I moved. But so I was like 31, and it had been a problem for years before that. I just didn't know what it meant that I was tired all the time. So like really, by the time I was like 25 to 27, I should have been checking that. Even before that, honestly. So never mind. I would do it even when I was 20 if I was doing it over. There's certain things in life that make sense now that I know I was hypothyroid that whole time. It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. Do I take medication? Yeah. It's all downhill from 20, yeah, sadly. Actually, I think, honestly, it's probably more like downhill from 23. But it's around there somewhere. I feel like 20 to 23 are really good. Great, you just turned 23. Well, that's better than being 3 years into it. Hey. IQ peaks at around 20. But IQ is supposed to be prorated for age. What do you mean it peaks at around 20? IQ is supposed to be a measure of how well you perform things relative to other people of your age. And so, like, your pre-adjusted score is supposed to be higher at like 30 or 40 than it is at 20. Like, you can solve more problems when you're 30 than you're 20 naturally because you've learned more and you have more experience. And that's like taken into account in the measurement. I think. I mean, unless I'm totally off. But I think so. Maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe my IQ is too low to understand IQ. But yeah, isn't that, it's a quotient. Like the Q stands for quotient, and the quotient involves like dividing by something that adjusts for your age. 66, that's a little too many. All right, hold on. Let's see if we could fix something. All right. Let's see if we could find the needle in the haystack. Just looks about the same. Still the same. Wait, am I looking at the same list? 66, yes. I'm looking at the same list. 62. Mirror 1 failed. Wait, that's old that mirror 1 failed. Oh, that's so weird. Okay, never mind that. Fallibles, alternatives. Bard and current. Drowner. This has been failing for a little bit. Bard and current, drowner. That's one off. It's still there. I mean, this could be a new level. Like levels get added. Let's look from the bottom. These are all the same. Wait, swap was harder. The heist. Okay, wait. Now my brain is confused. Toggler 0. Toggler 0. That's weird. What does that have to do with anything? I know that level because I designed that level. Okay, let's just see. All right. The hell? Okay, well that was just random timing. Okay, I need to like use the rocks to do things. Like I need to get that guy out and okay. So the trick is, no, I guess I have to kill this guy. All right. So got to be something about this. See, I get to play, oops, I get to play my own game that I'm working on when other people make levels, and then we do that. So is that just, like, is the movement just different? Like, what's going on? It just looks to me like it's a messed up test. Like, it actually seems fine. Weird. Let's go back. Okay, I don't know what was going on with that one. Bard and current. Okay, I could see this being messed up. Oh God, this is cute. This is a frickin' cute level. Okay, I don't know if we were supposed to pick up lily pad or not. I guess not. We probably should. Okay. This could be timing as well. I mean, what do I do here? Oh, right. This seems like timing as well. Did I change something with timing? This seems super tweaky. I'm not going to worry about this one because we need to like decide what's frickin' legal here. It's a cool idea for a level, but like the actual... I feel like it should be like if you go here before it turns the corner, it keeps trying to divert or something, you know? Like you're not... You're like really not supposed to be able to do this. It's very tweaky. So we're just going to have to decide what this should be. I like the idea for the level. We're just going to have to make it actually work. So these fails, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with what we were doing. It's just we have some random... Okay, this one maybe. We have some random timing problems. And I suppose I might have made them worse in some way. Let me see if I can figure this out. So we need to get the wizard onto this lily pad. And then push the skipping stone. So like, okay, this is weird. We actually need, so we're gonna need to do this, but we gotta do something else first. So we do this, he swaps on there, and then he needs to swap back to a stone though, that's on the exit. That's how you get to the exit, because she could push that there, right? So, I kind of would prefer this level to be a little more zoomed out. Just it's uncomfortable otherwise, especially once we start doing art for it. Oh geez, it's frickin' rotated. Wait, what? Why is this level so whack? Oh, I didn't have this selected. Anyway, let's like put this in the middle of, oh, whoops. Let's put most things in the middle. Okay. Oh, whoops. And then we'll cam it. All right. So something more like this. So you can see what's around. Oh, that's not good. I actually went a little too high. Let's actually go in a little. Okay. Maybe the fail was from an undo that didn't work properly. That could be. Don't think I need to use the lily pad at all for this level. Oh, you're right. I just do this. Okay. Well, it's still there. Is broken. So that's fine. I'll send an email about that. All right, we're just going to call that a check-in then, because none of these, like we just still have some inconsistencies in the system that are making this inconsistent with regard to timing. And I think just some levels fail randomly. And I think this time we just got more unlucky than usual. That said, maybe that's not what happened. But it sure looks like it. So, yeah. Did I ever play Lone Echo? A little bit. A little bit. All right, I think that's it for today. Thank you, people, for being here. We did some good stuff. Yeah. And we'll see. I mean, obviously, in order for the graphics for this water to be better, we're going to have to do some more things. But I think for now, we at least should be able to do the beginnings of some gameplay experimentation and see how it goes. And that was the goal. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you some other time. We had pools in the 70s.